Hello and welcome everyone, this is Dmitry. We are having another network programmability stream. Thanks so much for stopping by. I really appreciate you. Today the main topic is going to be streaming telemetry with gRPC on IF6C. However, we will get to this topic a little bit later. First, there are many topics that I would like to discuss, mainly because we didn't have stream for almost 3 weeks. So it's going to be like a status update or some things that I would like to share with you. Some of them I already shared in one form or another on Twitter, but some of them I did not. So maybe it will be useful for you. If you're watching this as a recording, there is usually under the video on YouTube, there is a timecode. So if you don't care about this and you want to jump straight to the action, you can just click on the timecode and you'll get there. All right. By the way, folks, if you have any questions at any point or any thoughts, just let me know in the chat. I will be monitoring it. All right. So we will start from like smaller topics and going to the more time-consuming topics. So like the main topics besides the telemetry is going to be Cisco Live Europe today and DevNet certifications, my thoughts and prep for them. But there are still a couple of extra things. So first, VMware Workstation and Windows subsystem for Linux too. So give me 1 second here. All right, I apologize for this. Okay, so Workstation and Windows subsystem for Linux too. So in Windows 10, since in the next major update, which is right now available on the preview program Slowring, okay, there is Windows subsystem for Linux second version. It works a little bit different compared to the first version, and right now it uses the small Linux VMs on the backend, which are spin up using Hyper-V virtualization technology. They claim the WSL2 runs much faster than the previous one. I haven't tested it yet. However, the main problem for that for quite a while was that you cannot use Hyper-V and other virtualization technologies, specifically something like VMware Workstation or VirtualBox. It was not possible to run that and that at the same time. It was also a problem if you were running Docker on Windows. If you're running Docker, it also uses Hyper-V, which also means you can't use VirtualBox or VMware Workstation at the same time, which was a huge no-go for me because I am labbing a lot in VMware Workstation, so I needed it, right? So I couldn't use WSL2, but they have a beta version available right now. And I retweeted this recently, so if you go on my Twitter, probably like a week ago or so, there is a tweet. So first I complained, and then they got back to me saying that they actually have a beta right now, which allows you to run Hyper-V and VMware Workstation at the same time. So I haven't checked it out yet because I didn't want to screw up before the stream. But if you were in the same boat as me, you probably want to check out the new beta. Now, second thing is the next conference. Well, not really in the next conference, but some like really cool conference is DevNet Create. I was at this conference last year, and this is a conference organized by Cisco DevNet. It's around network automation, network programmability. There are many customers and partners who are starting their journey or are developing already some applications in this area. And it was very great experience. I really liked the conference. If you have a chance to go there, so it's going to be March 10 to 11, in Mountain View, California. If you have a chance to go there, please do. I really want to go. I am not sure I will be able to because I'm not a speaker this year. So it's kind of problematic for me to go since I'm also like located in Europe. But if you can, just go. Honestly, just go. It's a great experience. Right, now next is a couple of Python topics. So I stumbled upon a couple of very useful YouTube videos from conferences, starting with and I will go back to my Twitter. By the way, if you're not subscribed, you probably should. So where is this? This one. So I tweeted about this video from Brandon Rhodes, and it's called "When Python Practices Go Wrong." So this one, and then there is another video from him that I watched just yesterday. It was the clean architecture in Python. Both of these are amazing videos, amazing talks. Something that I learned a bunch of new things, something that will allow me to become a better developer. So if you are a Python developer and you want to become better at it from mostly like architectural point of view, those two are great talks. I enjoyed them a lot. I saw some of the problems in my code. So now I know how to approach them and how to fix them. And then I reached out to Brandon, and he recommended me this book that is going to be released extremely soon. It's called Cosmic Python. It's not written by him, by the way. And this book is available on GitHub. You can also see it on the O'Reilly or pre-order on Amazon. But like, you know, if for some reason you don't want to pay, you can just go to GitHub and look on the pretty much open source version of this book. And it's also about like architecture. I haven't read it yet, but I'm planning to once I'm done with some other things. Okay, next one is that I recently had a very weird CI problem I want to discuss with you. So I'm a maintainer of one of these open source libraries called Simple Smartsheet, and it's an API wrapper for a service, and I'm quite proud that I created it, mainly because it supports both async and sync at the same time. So I like how it looks. So I released a new version recently, and I had a CI/CD failure on release. So when I push, I run tests, and they are run like locally against mocked objects. So like we don't do real network requests to the API server, we do like local testing. But when I do release, we actually go do tests against their sandbox environment. So we actually do real tests against the sandbox that they provide. And when I was running everything locally, it was fine. But when I did the release, it failed. And it was quite funny because I'm not sure I will be able to show it to you, or maybe I will. Yeah, actually I can. So when I did this push and release, it actually triggered release 3 times, CI pipeline for release 3 times. And because it was running against the real API server, those tests were run in parallel, and they were creating racing condition. Like one thing is creating a sheet, and then another parallel test is trying to like delete this sheet or something. So they were colliding, causing a racing condition. That was so funny when I found out about that. So I fixed that, but it's just very weird problem. Very funny. Now another thing I would like to share with you, and I think this is something that has a lot of potential. It's not well known yet, but okay, let me just tell you what it is, and then to get you interested. So there is this guy, his name is Carl, and I will not try to pronounce his last name. So he developed a Python library similar to NetMiko. It's called NSSH, but it has a bunch of interesting stuff. So first of all, my biggest reason why I'm trying to select words carefully. There are some problems with NetMiko and its underlying implementation. A lot of things are based on timers instead of actually having an infinite loop to look for some prompt or something. And that can cause in some situations what Kirk likes to say out of state, where NetMiko thinks that device is at some point, but it actually is in another point. Now, this project, what it tries to do is not to have that. So there are like actually, I think like infinite loops with timeouts or stuff. So it doesn't rely on any timing mechanisms when interacting with SSH. This is the first thing. Second thing, it has 3 different backends. So it can use Paramiko, which is like kind of like de facto SSH library in Python. But there is also like a newer one called SSH to Python, which is several times faster than Paramiko. And then this can also use your built-in SSH if you really want to. I have seen like the first version of this library, and I honestly think it has a lot of potential. I don't have a lot of time right now, but I'm thinking of adding async.io support here. I'm thinking of like I will try integrating this with Nornir and see how that looks, and like maybe do some performance testing or something like that. I don't know yet. But I honestly believe this is a very good library. It's probably not yet ready for production because I would expect there will be still a lot of API changes. But something to keep an eye on. And for some reason I didn't start, so let me be a first star for this project. So keep an eye on this, okay? Cool. Now, next one is Fast API. I have recently built a project, web project, not related to networking though, which uses this new async web framework in Python called Fast API. And I can tell you, this is probably one of the best experience with web I had in a long time in Python. I like how it's structured. I like its architecture, and it's very fast. It's very easy to get results. Like you can build an API very fast, and then it will like build docs for you and stuff like that. I enjoyed doing that. I enjoyed using it. And I honestly believe this is the pinnacle of Python web frameworks today. And it's going to become de facto standard of Python web very soon. So one of the things that I'm going to do on the stream, so like yeah, so we had recently a project where I was trying to build this great big lab with testing different tools like NetMiko, Nornir and Ansible and some performance of that. I think my next project is going to be the following. I'm going to build a network automation controller. So it's going to be web-based, using the latest stack possible on the market. So it's going to be fast API as Python backend. It's going to be probably some kind of async NETCONF or async HTTP calls to the network devices. It's going to be using modern JavaScript framework called Vue.js. So it's going to be like the state of the art that you can do from like every part of the stack, right? So JavaScript, backend, interaction with network. So this is my vision, and this controller is going to we'll start with something simple like gathering show commands or like some operational statistics. Then we will try to build some kind of templating mechanism. Maybe we will try building live diagram directly in the browser. And all of that is going to use this like state-of-the-art stuff. It's going to take like probably months to get to like point where like I would like it to be. But I think it's going to be very useful for everyone. Obviously, all the code is going to be open source, like you can use whatever you want. Let me know, by the way, what you think about it. Do you like this idea? Do you dislike it? What other suggestions do you have? So, yeah, at least this is what I'm planning for the future. All right, the next thing is network automation jobs. And I tweeted about this yesterday. And apparently it sparked a lot of conversation on Twitter. So I tweeted this, if I can find this. Okay. Despite all ongoing interest in the industry for network automation, I barely see any open roles with title network automation engineer, especially around me in Europe or Poland. And it's just, I'm not surprised and surprised at the same time this is happening. Like, I just don't see this kind of jobs. There are jobs like network engineers with Python, Ansible, something skills, but I can tell you it's not the same. I don't see, unless you're a unicorn network engineer, I don't see network engineers building scalable, flexible, maintainable network automation controllers. Something that other people can support, something that has good architecture, something that actually works and works fast and tested. I just don't see network engineers being able to do that. And to be able to do that, you need two things. You need decent software skills, and you also need domain expertise in networking and network automation. It's a critical part of infrastructure, so you really need to understand what you're doing and what problem you're trying to solve there. So I honestly think it's a full-time job on its own, and like these positions, network engineers with Python skills, is just BS. And I'm very surprised that we don't see these new job roles, at least yet. So there were a lot of opinions, a lot of great stuff on Twitter on this thread. Yeah, I just hope this situation will change in some point in the future. Right, let's move to one of the main topics, which is Cisco Live Europe. So Cisco Live Europe happened 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? No, yes, 1.5 weeks ago. Yeah. So it happened in Barcelona. I had a great time there. I was a speaker. I had my Nornir session, where let me pause here for a second. So I had the Nornier session, and I had a NETCONF workshop that I was replacing Brian Byrne. He couldn't make it to Cisco Live, so he asked me to take over his session. So I had my session and 2 of these workshops. Unfortunately, because I am always do it last minute type of guy, I spend a lot of Cisco Live trying to do last minute prep for the sessions, and I was very exhausted and very tired. Like, there were days where like I spent majority of the time in the hotel trying to fix some of the stuff. I also kind of didn't think of the LiPo environment beforehand, so I had to come up with some kind of workaround to build the lab for my sessions. I've been using, by the way, cloud service, and I had great success with it, where I was running my 10 CSRs. But yeah, I had to set up that last minute. It was not pretty, but I still had a great time. I had a chance to connect with a lot of folks I know, some of the folks I don't know, some of the people who watch my streams. So I really appreciate you, every one of you. Thank you so much for coming to me and talking to me. It was great, though I can tell you that it was sometimes also quite awkward. So couple of people, and I don't really know how to explain this correctly, but I see that some people started putting me on some kind of pedestal, and you shouldn't do it, guys. I am human as everyone else. I'm no better than anyone else. I'm just trying to do my own thing, and that's it. So please just don't put me on pedestal. Okay, that was a little bit weird, but okay. Next, my Nornier session, so that was funny. So last year I had also Nornier session, and last year I also had a Nornier session at Cisco Live San Diego. And what I usually do in my session, I have around like 15 minutes of like slides and talking about like how I dislike Ansible. And then I jump to the CLI and, well, not to Python interpreter, and like start building simple Nornier applications and exploring the framework. And then later I actually built something useful live, also on the in the text editor. And this time I thought, that is kind of boring. Let me try to take it one step further. So this year, what I had is, I still had this 15 minutes of slides and then exploring the Nornier on the interpreter. But for actually building something useful, I gave an audience a choice. What do you want me to build? So I had 4 different options, and they were, let me see if I can find. So it was gathering show commands, a bunch of show commands from the whole network, and saving it to a file. It was configuring all devices from Jinja template. It was gathering details, LDP details using RESTconf and parsing them and like outputting on the screen. And then last piece, it was doing NETCONF get config and not saving XML to a file for every device in the network. So audience, of course, chose the most difficult one, which was a fair game because it was on the list. So it was doing well, not the most difficult one, but a little bit more time consuming than all other options. Let's put it this way. So it was RESTconf get LDP neighbors using Nornier. And unfortunately, I didn't get to a point where I wanted it to be. Okay, so I spent a couple of minutes a little bit confused and under pressure, and like I made a couple of mistakes here and there which kind of like ruined the flow. So I wasted 2-3 minutes, and I had for that specific piece 10 minutes maximum. So like I don't have more than 10 minutes, and there is no way I can get more than 10 minutes for that piece. So I wasted like 2-3 minutes, and because of that I couldn't get to a point where I wanted to. We still were able to like get to an intermediate result where I was able to fetch LDP details but not parse them and output them to a screen, so like just kind of like JSON thing. So I didn't do this parsing part. So I hope that if my session gets accepted next time, I'm going to fix it. Yeah, so yeah, there is some room for improvement there, but it was a very stressful situation. I don't think anyone else has ever done something like this, like, oh, audience, please tell me what I'm going to build for you live right now on the stage. So, but it was a very exciting experience for me. Now, as part of that session, I also has this, how to leak credentials 101. So this session was recorded, and I had Postman, and in one of my tabs in Postman, I had very sensitive credentials, like a couple of tokens with like information that like I can't share, and then an account for one of the systems, and all of those credentials, like I flashed them for like half a second, and when I clicked on the button, I instantly knew how I screwed up there. So it has been a challenge. So obviously I changed all of the credentials, so like if you will be watching recording and stumble upon them, you can of course try, but I already changed them and I tested that the old ones do not work, so it's kind of fine. But also I was I'm working with Cisco Live team because we want to edit that recording and delete that piece. It's still not done yet, so my session was taken down on Cisco Live portal right now, so it's not available as a recording. I hope it should be like sometime next week, but yeah, it gave me a lot of nightmares and a lot of pressure. And it's also very weird, and well, not weird, but have been doing streams for almost 2 years now. Yeah, so I'm quite used to like hiding credentials and like being understanding what's going on and like not showing some of the like secret pieces. Like I have this secret screen. Like I know how to work around this. But still, like when you are under pressure, you are becoming human, we are all humans, but you start doing stupid human mistakes. And regardless of my experience on this area of like hiding credentials, I was still not able to mitigate that. So yeah, I'm just a human after all. Okay, next piece is going to be around DevNet and DevNet party, and we'll talk very briefly about SUSE as well. So I've been hanging out in DevNet area for pretty much every Cisco Live, and as always it has been amazing. Even though I don't work for DevNet, for Cisco DevNet, I consider myself part of their extended team, and every so often we work on some projects together. So seeing them at Cisco Live was also an amazing experience, and I can tell you that DevNet parties are probably one of the best at Cisco Live. And I've been there, it was also just awesome experience. If you're ever going to Cisco Live, just make sure you go to DevNet party. In order to go to DevNet party, you need to visit DevNet area, and just be there almost all the time, and then ask the folks if you could get to the party so you can get the pass. And another piece, something that I realized at this Cisco Live about Susie. So Susie is SVP and General Manager of Cisco DevNet. She made a lot of effort to build this great community inside Cisco and also outside, like as an ecosystem around DevNet. And kudos to her for doing that. One piece that I just realized was she's the only senior leader at Cisco that I talk to on a regular basis, which is kind of weird. So like I don't even talk that much to my leadership in like my organization, but I talk to Susie quite often. And also she's very she communicates a lot on Twitter as well, and if you ask her a question, it's very likely you will get an answer there. So yeah, kudos to her for being such a great leader. Looking forward where DevNet will end up 5-10 years from now. I do think it has a very bright future with such leadership. All right. Now, to the last piece is going to be DevNet certifications. So DevNet, well, there will be new DevNet certifications. There are already, so there is Associate, Specialist, and Professional, which are going live on February 24, so 2 weeks from now. And Susie V at Cisco Live Europe announced this thing called DevNet 500. So first 500 people who are going to get their DevNet certifications are going to be recognized as DevNet 500. And, I am quite a competitive person. I consider myself quite a competitive person. So like I couldn't miss this opportunity. So what I did was extremely stupid thing, but also very exciting thing, which is this. So I booked 3 exams. I booked on February 24th I will have associate exam. On February 26th I will have DevNet core exam, and then enterprise automation, so EN Auto and core. And with these 3 exams I will become DevNet professional if I pass all of them. So yeah, let's see. I put a lot of pressure on myself for absolutely no reason. I thought like DevNet 500 is fine, but it would be great if I could also become one of the first DevNet professionals. So yeah, this is what I'm trying to do. So let's discuss briefly very briefly their blueprint. So DevNet Associate exam, here's the blueprint. So it talks about stuff like XML, JSON, YAML, some basic Git operations, a little bit of version control, then basic REST API stuff, overview of different, very brief overview of different APIs available on many platforms, many Cisco platforms. It should be quite high level. Then a little bit about virtual machines, containers, CI/CD, OWASP threads, stuff like that. A little bit about Ansible, Viral, PyTS, controllers, NETCONF, RESTCONF, Yang. and then network fundamentals. So from my perspective, the blueprint for this looks very interesting. I would say it's very good. Again, just judging by the blueprint, because I don't know about the questions. I haven't taken the exam yet. Judging on the blueprint, it has very solid basics cover around like a broad set of topics for becoming like network automation developer. So it touches a lot of these different pieces, which is very, very good. And from my personal perspective, I don't think this exam is going to be any challenge for me, because I already know majority of these topics. I still need to study some of them, like PyTS is not my strong piece, or like DNA Center, Meraki, SD1, and SO products. Also, I don't know much about that. I need to like do some hands-on. So I have to do some reading here, but generally speaking, I don't think this exam is going to be challenging, at least for me again. So let's now jump to the next one, which is Enterprise Auto. So this one is a little bit more centric about enterprise products and their APIs on like ISXC platform. So it has a lot of similar pieces like NETCONF Yank, NETCONF RESTCONF Yank, REST APIs. Then I think a little bit about streaming telemetry. This is what we need to cover today. A little bit about day 0. Then we have DNA Center APIs. I need to work on that. We have Cisco SD1 APIs. I have quite decent experience with SD1 APIs. And then Meraki APIs. Again, I don't have anything. I haven't done anything with their APIs. So I need to study this DNA Center and Meraki topics specifically. And then I should be good with this exam. Now, this last one, I can tell you it's going to be quite a challenge. So this is DevCore exam. And when I looked on the blueprint, and I haven't looked on the blueprint until last week, so I looked at this blueprint once I booked the exam. And I was quite surprised with the depths of things that is covered here. For example, there is a lot of stuff around application design, like maintainability, observability, rate limiting, the different database type, relational, graph, time series, architectural patterns like monoliths, microservices. Some of these Git operations, like for example Git revert, I have used Git revert I think only once in my life. So it looks like quite deep topics. Well, at least some of them. Sequence diagram that includes API calls. OAuth 2, Grand Flow. Here, what else? Cisco platforms. Well, this one I have understanding about WebExTeams API now. FTD, I haven't tried working with Firepower, so I have to do that. And Meraki is also my weak area. Then CI/CD, generally speaking, I'm fine with this. However, there are two pieces that I am very concerned about is Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a huge topic, and like I don't know the degree to which you need to understand Kubernetes. Then this one, configure application specific SSL certificates. Again, like I don't know what exactly they mean by this configure piece. Are we talking about like a Nginx configuration, Nginx, or something else? WASP threads, this is something that pretty much every developer should know, so that part is fine. And then last piece is like RESTConf, Ansible, Puppet, Manifest. Seriously? So application hosting as well. So honestly, I think this dev core is probably going to be one of the hardest exams, especially this piece 1.0 could be quite challenging. This piece about Docker and Kubernetes also could be quite challenging. So yeah, I need to do a lot of study to get these topics right. So what I have been doing so far. So, well, first I obviously went through all of these blueprints to understand what my weak areas, my strong areas. I realized that I have a lot of gaps that I have to cover. I have been using, so what I have been doing is a couple of things. For topics where I'm weak, I would either Google them, and read some kind of articles or do hands-on or whatever. I have been also doing, so this weekend, so it's a plural site free weekend. So I've been going through Nicholas Russo, a couple of his courses around DevNet certifications. This is what I've been doing. I'm also part of the early tester group for DevNet associate course. I don't think I will get a lot of value out of it because I'm not concerned about DevNet associate exam. I think it's going to be quite easy for me, but still, like, I'm going to go through all of that material as well. So I think this course should go live quite soon. But yeah, what I basically will be doing is marking topics that are my weakest areas on every blueprint. I will probably, if I can, I'm going to lab it locally. If I cannot, I will be using DevNet Sandbox. So if you go to DevNet Sandbox, I can't log in right now. So you would ask me for a login? Yeah. Give me a second, I will actually log in. So DevNet, and while I will be logging in, I will be talking. So DevNet Sandbox is a lab environment where you can, for free, reserve or where you can for free use some kind of infrastructure. And I'm still logging in, hold on. So you can use some kind of infrastructure. There is always on, where you get like read-only access, and there are reserved instances, and they have a lot of different sandboxes like DNA Center, SD-WAN, NSO, ISXC telemetry, stuff like that. So you can use it infra in your studies. Okay, I think I'm logged in. And actually, we maybe will be using DevNet Sandbox today. I'm not 100% sure. So if you go to, so this is their page. So if you go like DNA Center, they have DNA Center always on, and they also have reservable one. Like always on 1.3. They have, do they have SD1? I think they have SD1. So see SD1. So if I go to SD1, they have reservable SD1. They have, and for some of them they also have like a lab guide attached. So they have 1900 Catalyst controller and model-driven telemetry. This is the one that I have right now reserved. I should go back. I should go to my reservations. Yeah, so I have these for 2 more days. I don't think we'll be using it today, but maybe we will. they have, you can see that there are like learning guides and learning labs here. So I will bring up this learning lab as a reference, and we will be trying to do it locally. Okay, this is all from like talking. We covered a lot of stuff. It took almost 35 minutes. That's a lot. So yeah, I think we covered everything that I wanted to. Let's now jump into today's topic, which is streaming telemetry with gRPC on SXE. And I will have this lab as a reference here. I should not have closed GitHub. No, what did I do? Okay. So I can tell you, I don't have a lot of hands-on with streaming telemetry. We had a stream around a year ago so if you go to my YouTube page, Configure telemetry. Excuse me. Oh, I should spell it right. Yeah, first look at streaming telemetry. It was stream 34 1 year ago. There we were doing what is called NETCONF dial-in telemetry. Now let me give you some information here. So, well, first of all, what is telemetry, right? It's basically a way for collecting some kind of statistics from a network device. Not necessarily even a network device, right? And with streaming telemetry, well, let's actually define model-driven telemetry. So with model-driven telemetry, you receive these operational statistics using some kind of structured format. In this case, we are using Yang models, and we have been talking about Yang for ages. So basically, you will get from device operational statistics using some kind of structured format. So you can use, it can be JSON encoded, it can be XML encoded, it can be protobuf encoded. And there are also like two different ways the session is established, telemetry session. So the first idea is dial in. Your collector or application establishes a session towards a network device and saying, I want to subscribe to this, this, and this. And then inside this session, the device is sending back the telemetry either on change, so like when some statistics changes, or periodic. So these are also two ways of two types of information you can receive. So on change or periodic, and it's sent while this in this session. Now dial out is a little bit different. With dial out, you do configuration directly on the box, and you are saying, here is my collector on this IP address, and I'm going to send this, this, and this. So dial out is kind of similar to logging configuration, kind of like logging configuration, where you actually specify your IP addresses of like logging server or of your collectors. And with dial out, it's the like advantage is that it's persistent, right? So like you have your configuration saved to like specific collectors, and it's going to be there no matter what. No matter what. With dial in, you have to like establish this session all the time. You have to like ask device to send information to you. Now in my stream, we were using NETCONF dial in. So we were establishing a NETCONF session to the device, and then in this session we were saying, I want to receive this stat, this stat, this stat every 5 seconds, for example. Now today I want to explore another transport protocol, not NETCONF. It's called gRPC. It was developed by Google, and I don't know what G stands for, but RPC stands for remote procedure call. So basically it's a way to interact between two systems. And I'm sorry, I don't know a lot about it. And I also don't know a lot about like collectors and all of these plugins. We will try to explain it today. I do have some reference material that I'm going to be using, or maybe not, we'll see. One session that I really liked about telemetry in general was this. No, it was actually not this. And not this. It was from Nanoc. Let me see if I can find it. There was like let me try. Yes, this one. Getting started with modern time series databases.
Nowadays and really.
Oops. With this session, I really like this session from Nanoc, even though it's not directly about like how to configure and all of that pieces. It gives you a lot of perspective on like what are the systems that you need to bring up, like collector and some other pieces, and how you can work with this data. I really like this session. It also had like it showed like how to spin up containers with like some of these pieces. So very good session. I really liked it. All right, time to do things. Okay, so what do we start with? I think the first thing is obviously we have to configure our routers. So unfortunately something happened with my lab, and my usual 10 CSR topology just broke. I couldn't start it, so I had to rebuild very fast some kind of topology. So we have these 3 routers. They are connected in circle, and their gigabit 1 is connected to management network. So they right now have 0 configuration, so we'll have to configure them with something, and then look on gRPC configuration and also start to like bringing up all of these stacks like Telegraf and some other pieces. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So what do we need? So IP domain we need. For SSH key we need I need management interface. Oh, let's do VRF. Yeah, VRF definition management. We'll have address family IPv4. Then on gigabit 1 we will say VRF forwarding management. Yes. And then IP address should be in my management network, which is 192.168.153.101. Okay, I have to do no shut. I will probably want to configure some kind of connectivity between those. I was thinking about making these 3 as a BGP routers. So let me see. So I can say interface gigabit 2 is going to have IP address. I will use network 164 and we will use 1-to-1, no shut. And then we'll have gigabit 3 as well. And this one is going to be 131, and then you also need loopback 0. Let's say this is going to be 111. Guys, and you are very quiet today. I don't know why. Do you have any questions or comments? Please do let me know in the chat. It's not a one-man show. I would like to know what you think. Okay, so and then we'll have router BGP 1. Oh god, I don't remember all this configuration, god damn it. So I think it's neighbor. I remember myself like 4 years ago before CCA exam when I could like just dump any configuration I want in text editor very easy. Now I'm struggling. And we will what? Advertise loopbacks. And we will need NETCONF yank. I want to have RESTconf as well, and let's do secure server. And we will need also IPSSH version 2. So VRF management. Okay, now I also want to have LDP run. Let's also do CDP run. It's not big of a deal. And then I want to have a username, of course, yes. I want to have username Cisco privilege level. I think it's pre-15, and then secret Cisco. And then I want to have line VTY04 login local transport preferred non transport input SSH. And then I need line console 0 transport preferred non. And then we end in VR. I am not 100% sure I got this right, but let's try. So I have this router. Did I just do it correctly? Show. Oh, and I need show crypto key SSH. How do you do it? My pub key. Hello. All. Yeah, I think it should have a RSA key. Yeah, and I need a host name, of course. So let's do host name 1. Oh, I also need privilege level 15 here, and I don't think it matters on VTY line, but let's do it anyway. And then I will also need crypto key generator RSA modulus 4096. Okay, so the way we will say show platform software yank process. Okay, so everything is up and running. What if I say, do I have curl? I have curl, okay. If I say one-on-one, oh no, no. Okay, so this should work. which it does. Okay, so if I say, oh, I don't have anything else. Okay, so this is running. So now I can copy paste this config for other devices. Okay. Wow, that wasn't so bad. Show LDP, by the way. Does this work? Yeah, I think it's should be okay. CDP, haven't you read about recent vulnerabilities? I did, but I don't care. In my lab network. EB. What is this supposed to mean? I like how now it's... At least I managed to do transfer prefer none on this guy. Alright, let's just modify this config. So this one is we are changing this one. We will have, actually no, we will have, so this IP address is going to be on interface 3. So yeah, this one, wait, yeah, and then here it's going to be 23.2, and this one is going to be this, and of course I forgot another BGP neighbor. Amazing. So I need what? 33.3 remote AS3. I am surprised I can still remember some of these routing protocol commands. I haven't done any networking for the last 2.5 years now. So this is impressive. I am proud of myself here. Okay, 1 and then 23.3. Yep. So I have loopback, I have 2 interfaces, I have management. Yeah, and this looks okay to me. So let's go ahead and apply this. Just disable IP domain lookup. I don't like doing that. I like to have domain lookup. I mean, in this lab it doesn't matter because I don't have outbound access, but I use these. Oh, and neighbor went up. So I use these command transport prefer none, and if I say like some weird stuff, right now it's not working. But if I do ping non-existent dmfigl.me, right, then it's try to do domain lookup, because if you do no domain lookup, then this will not work. So that's why I always do transfer prefer none. Okay, so the BGP is up, which is nice. Oh wow, this one is still down. God damn it. Okay, I don't think on the console Ctrl-Shift-6X will help me. Yeah, it doesn't. It's completely stuck there. All right, I'm going to just it's just too much. I cannot handle this. So we should have a route, right? So we have BGP route, which is good. Do we need anything else? Let's check that RESTconf is working. So if I do curl on the router 2, my RESTconf is working. Awesome. I think we can actually just Oh, we'll see. Okay, let me change this config now. So what do we have to change? So this is 3. Then on gigabit 2, on gigabit 2, we are connected to router 1. So it should be like this. And on gigabit 3, we are connected to router 2. It should be like this. And then here we should have 333. And then this router BGP3. And then this guy is going to be 1.3.1 and then 2.3.2. Yep. So let's just double check. So management, we are connected to router 1 on gigabit 2. We are connected to router 2 on gigabit 3. We have a loopback. No shutdown is not needed. Router BGP. Yes. Okay, we are good. I was pressing all the information that we discussed up until now. Plans about DevNet search a future project that I can work on. I like your idea about having a software controller with active topology creation on-demand automation. I would like to see your work, that idea, so that I also get an idea on how to start. Awesome, thank you. Thank you for your feedback. Just a small comment here from my side. In that particular project, because I'm going to use state-of-the-art of like technology stack available today. There are some pieces, especially around Python, which could be a little bit too much for a person who is just starting. Okay, just letting you know, because something like Python and using async in Python is definitely not a beginner topic. So I'm just letting you know that if you will use what I will try to build live, you may need to replace some part of this if you feel like you don't have enough expertise on doing that. Probably that backend piece is going to be the most difficult piece in the whole project. And I missed all of the chat messages. Fun behave. Thank you. Hello. Thanks you so much for coming to most of my streams. I really appreciate you. Can you easily sniff packets in EF like you can in GNS 3? I'm not using EF. Probably yes, I just don't care about EF. In GNS 3 it's very easy to do. The line break character on VS Code is distracting. No. A little bit, but I'm used to it. I found that it's very helpful to catch some of the things. I could probably disable it. If only I remembered how I enabled it in the first place. Yeah, I think was it the all? Yeah, it was this. Reload required. I'm thinking if I do reload, will it? Okay, I did it anyway. Okay, we are good now. Have to take care of some stuff, but love to see telemetry stuff. Telegraf, do you have an ETA when you will start that? I don't have an ETA, I don't know. So, but yes, you can watch everything on my YouTube channel because everything is recorded. Yeah, don't know if you're new here, but the stream are usually 3 hours long. Yes. Argentum, thank you so much for coming by. Appreciate you being here. I hope you will learn something useful in the stream. By the way, our router here is up and running, so this means I can apply all of this magical config, and I should have I think I made some mistake. Oh, Okay, no, actually it seems to be fine. Okay, so I have one neighbor. Okay, okay, and I have two neighbors, so if I do show IP BGP what summary. God, I still remember some of these commands. This is amazing. Okay, I don't have a best route yet, so my routing table is not populated. It's taking too long. We can check the RESTConf right now. So if I say 103, so RESTConf is working on all three. Awesome. So if I do, why it's taking so long? This BGP is slow, very slow. Okay, we have a best route, so if I have show IP route, I have two BGP routes from router 1 and router 2. So if I say ping 111 from loopback 0 and 222 from loopback 0, it's working perfect. Cool. So our lab is up and running. Awesome. Okay, so now we have to refer to gRPC stuff, and I hope I will find something in public documentation. So, okay, so what do we have? We have this lab, yes. We have this learning lab. Now I have to find SXC gRPC. There is a Telegraf plugin that we will need to use. So I will take a look at that. There is also the speech GNMI, and I don't know how to explain this. I don't understand it 100%. So we'll have to take a look at the docs for that. Oh no. No, please no. I'm looking at this and I feel like we'll have to create certificates. And I really don't want to do that. Please. I'm so bad with doing certificates, so GNMI. Okay, so let's go through these docs. Let's try to build some understanding here, yes? So the only thing I know about GNMI is that it's somehow related to gRPC. I don't know anything else. Let's also bring up telemetry guide. To be fair, I'm using 17 version, so is there a guide for that? I don't care about privacy statement. Give me a page. Support. Just please don't let me log. Okay, I don't need to log in. Okay, that's good. So if I look on iOS and 17, and then is it config guide? And then I need what? Programmability. Is there a, excuse me, where is the programmability configuration guide? Oh, okay, it's over here. Perfect. Okay, so I have these provisioning, shell, Python. This. Okay. GNMI and model hosting. I think right now you can run Docker containers on SXE. I haven't tried it, by the way, but yeah, it's something interesting. OpenFlow, there is OpenFlow support. Oh, okay, it's only on 9400 switches. Okay, so I need model-driven telemetry and I need GNMI. Okay, those are for 1612. We have 17.1. Okay, so let's go through model-driven telemetry first and then GNMI. So knowledge of Yank is needed, check. Knowledge of XML needed, check. Standards and principle by IETF telemetry, check. Must be configured and up and running on the device. Let's just go ahead, double check this. I think we are good here, so it should be show run NETCONF. So I have it everywhere, perfect. I can run this command, I don't want to. We should be fine. Okay, they want me to verify NETCONF. I don't want to do that, I'm fine. Enabling validating RESTConf. We verified RESTConf as well. Set up gRPC collector. gRPC specific prerequisite. Set up gRPC collector that understands key value of Google protocol buffer encoding. So protobuf, okay. So I think this is where we need Telegraf, right? Restrictions. Automatic hierarchy in selections is not supported for change subscriptions when using Yank push stream. Means when selecting list, child list, or list are not automatically. What? Child list of list are not automatically included. Subscriber must manually create subscription for each child list. Okay, good to know. Authorization of data access not supported. Sub 3 is not supported. Defining multiple receivers is not supported. gRPC specific restrictions. You need to use TLS authentic. Oh no, TLS authentication is not supported. Yank push QS is not supported. Okay. Okay, telemetry roles. And let me make it bigger. So we use publisher, it's a network element that sends telemetry data. A receiver is the one that receives telemetry data, which is called collector. Controller, the one that creates subscriptions but doesn't receive telemetry data. And subscriber, network element that creates subscriptions, technically both are the same. Okay, so if you're using dial in, right, you will have this controller which creates subscriptions, I think. No, never mind. Let's just keep going. Data subscription is to define set of data requested as part of telemetry data. Only 100 subscription is supported. Okay. Dynamic subscriptions are created by clients and they are dialed in. Configure subscription cost publisher to initiate connections. Okay, so if you are configuring on the device, it's dial out. If you are using something dynamic from the device, it's dial in. There are some differences. Okay, ISXC supports Yank push and Yank notify native. Okay, this is all new for me. Like I'm surprised how many things are there that I like omitted in my network automation journey so far. Okay, there are some subscription IDs. Okay, so what is supported? NETCONF dial in yang push, notify native, XML, gRPC, notify native, dial out with Google protobuf, and then GNMI dial in is supported with JSON IETF. Interesting. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, you can establish GNMI session and select what you want to receive, and you will get it as JSON IETF. So JSON IETF is what is used by RESTconf by default. So you basically just get JSON pretty much. And then, so this is if you use GNMI, yes. And then with gRPC, you would probably use dial out yang push with protobuf. Fiag Backpacker, thank you for following. So RPC support, you can send and receive yang RPC in NetConf session. Okay, so this is what we tried before. This is what we did on my stream a year ago. We did establish subscription and delete subscription. I think we could actually go ahead and do this. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Service GNMI. Single top-level service named GNMI that contains high-level RPCs. It's funky service definition that contains subscribe. I don't understand what I'm looking at, to be honest. Is it what, like Go code or what? Or it's just part of the... I don't know what this is. Subscription list. Many things. Okay, I think this piece would be fine if we, you know, just kind of like get to the same point like we did last time. So if I establish a NetConf session, yes. So if I say and I will need to do it from here. So can I ping my routers, by the way, from here? Okay, it's still fine. So if I say SSH Cisco at 192.168.153.101 port 830 subsystem netconf. This should ask me for the password. Now I need to provide the hello message. So, and because I don't have it prepared, I will go somewhere where it's there. Here. Okay. And I will probably need raw. Okay. And now I can subscribe to this telemetry, yes. I'm not sure what I'm doing here, but simple periodic subscription for NETCONF, dial in. Let me see if there are any CDP details right now, by the way. Show CDP neighbors. Show LDP neighbors. Okay, there are LDP neighbors, there is no CDP neighbors for some reason. Let me enable. Why CDP is not working though? Something is broken here. 3 sees both 1 and 2. 1 sees 2. 2 sees 3, but 1 doesn't see 3. Okay, whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Let's try doing this. Yeah. And let's do periodic. So if I do this, yes. Oh, it's locked. Okay, so we got something in response. And I think we should keep receiving the data every 10 seconds. If only I could see the end of this message, that would be amazing. Okay, and then we'll go to XML formatter. Okay, so what do we get? We get connection to router 2 and connection to router 3. Okay, and then this data is just keeps appearing here every 10 seconds. So then here I should have, is it NETCONF? I think it's NETCONF sessions. There was some, god damn it, show telemetry, IETF, subscription, all. Detail. Okay, so we can see that right now we have periodic, yes, yank push from this session. So like I established the session and this data is coming back there. So this is what we got last time already. Okay. Okay, I can clear this if I want to, if I want this to stop. So I can say clear telemetry ITF all. Okay, so this should stop telemetry, yeah. I could also send this message from the session itself. Cool. Okay, this is not very interesting. Okay, what is this? Configuration subscription management. This section describes how to create, modify, and delete configured subscriptions. Okay, this is dial out subscription are configured on the device by the following methods. You can use either CLI or you can use NETCONF RESTCONF to configure this. Okay, this all makes sense. This is gRPC. Okay, so right now we will be configuring gRPC dial out. It sends telemetry updates. The following sample RPC shows how to create periodic subscription using NETCONF that sends telemetry updates to the receiver every 60 seconds. Well, okay, I don't need this. I can just use this, yes. So we create subscription. I say that I'm using protobuf. We will say what we are going to send, stream yank push, and we do this every. Oh, this is actually 60 seconds. Wow, okay. 60 seconds. We'll use it from VRF. Actually, we do need to use this, yes. And then we set up a receiver, and then, okay, this looks good. Okay, so this is, we are getting somewhere. Yeah. So we have to specify correct IP address. I can kill this session. So I can say show, wait, it's Linux. So it should be this 100. Okay. So 192.168.153.100. We'll leave this port. You'll use whatever they provide. I do want to see the encoding formats though. So I'm actually curious to go to the router. So if I say this, yes. Okay, there is also TDL. I'm not sure it's documented here. It's not. Is it documented here? No, I don't think it is. Cisco TDL encoding. So, and don't quote me on this, but as far as I know, there is this another format of telemetry called TDL, and it's binary format. It's very efficient to send. Maybe this. And as far as I remember, it's used by DNA Center to talk to a wireless controller for the 9800 controller. So that telemetry from the wireless controller is sent to DNA Center using this format. Yeah, I don't see any public documentation for this format. Actually, there is something here. BRK EWN. Interesting. Jesus Christ. Please don't ask me to log in to Cisco, please. Of course it does. Guys, give me a second. Here I will log in. Actually, I didn't have to. Okay, so if I say BRK EWN, and let's look on the San Diego one, and presentation. Why it's taking so long? I just like exploring all of the options. Okay, and then if you use TDL, you can see that you can provide the path for filters using some kind of TDL thing. And then stream. I really need to read somewhere what's the difference between Yank push and Yank native. Okay, source, ref, receiver. Okay, update. What is update policy? Oh, interesting. Okay. And another piece, by the way, very interesting. Let me show this to you. This loaded, by the way. So if you go to the Cisco Yang models, and this is something that was shown to me like recently. I didn't see it before. So for the latest releases, let's say 17.1, there is on-change models, and there is markdown file. These are all models which support on-change notification. So it means that if any data is changing, then you can notify about this somewhere. So there is a bunch of wireless stuff. There is like platform Opera, like it seems like memory stats, stuff like that. CDP, interfaces. I don't see ACLs though. VLANs, okay. Spanning tree, okay, very nice. Yeah, I don't see a lot of details here, but still. So these are all models which support on-change capability. So, you know, something to just letting you know. Cool. So yeah, I wanted to get some details about TDL, and somehow we found that they should be here. Yeah, so Cisco DNA Center automatically turns streaming telemetry when Catalyst 9800 is added. So there is NETCONF on the wireless controller, there is certificate, and then TDL telemetry is started. So yeah, as I told, there are not many details about this TDL stuff, but you can see it on CLI. And as far as I know, it's binary encoding, which is very efficient there. Very efficient way to send this telemetry data to the collector. Okay, cool. But we kind of diverge from our main topic. Let me close this one. I don't think we need this. We still need this. Okay. This is a big document. For the person who wrote this, thank you. Thank you from the community for decently sized document here. And I'm saying this without sarcasm, because every so often there are like docs which are barely give you any details. Here it's like a lot of things are covered, so this is very good. So I think we were here, yes, we were doing this configuration. So you do this configuration, what else is here? So then they show you how to do it via NetConf. Then the following sample RPC creates a periodic subscription. You can do exactly the same thing configuration using RESTconf. It's all exactly the same. Then the following RPC shows how to create on-change subscription. So CDP neighbor details, exactly the same thing. Okay, so what I think we could do is I will copy this right now and we will add two. Yeah, we will add so this one, and we will have two here. Reborg, thank you for following. What's interesting though is, oh no, it's fine. Okay, so exactly the same thing, but this pass should be changed. Yank push, good. No sync on start. Interesting. What is this no sync on start? Thing like this, yeah. So we have this configuration, filter, XPath, string, and push. So this, I'm not sure about this option though, what this does. I don't see it here. Whatever. Okay, so I think we can configure this, yes, and then okay, so if I say show telemetry, yes, what is internal connection? subscription. Don't mind me, I just like going through all of the options on the CLI. Okay, so we have this configuration. We have this memory, periodic, every 60 seconds. This is the address, yes. And then we have on change, and then on change, sing on start. This bothers me a little bit. No, it looks so fun. Okay. Okay, there's questions in the chat. Do you have any plan going into cybersecurity, something like network pen testing? No, I do not have such plans. Alright, so, okay, this is creating this via NETCONF, via RESTConf. Okay, GNMI dial-in subscription. Holy shit, this format is weird. Sample GNMI dial-in subscription. Okay, I will copy this to like have a reference. I don't think we will do anything GNMI related today, but it's just good to have a sample. So very often our streams, like I would take some of these pieces and I have one note with a lot of technical details about a lot of technologies. So, and I copy their important pieces. Okay. So we can modify configured subscriptions. You can do it via CLI, or you can use NETCONF edit config. Okay, this is not interesting at all. Subscription of all types can be configured by using CLI management operations. We already saw this. Okay, stream defines a set of events. Okay. Oh, they have small sections between these two. Okay, and so let's go ahead and read those. So Yang push stream is data in configuration and opt database that is described by supported Yang model. The stream supports XPath filter. Okay. You can send update when data changes or during fixed periods. Okay, so on change or periodic, but not for both, for a given subscription. Okay, so what they're saying here is that you select what pieces of telemetry you want to send, and it can be either on change or periodic. And you can only do it from running, which kind of makes sense because it's operational data mostly. However, you can also, so it's very interesting here is that you can also send your config periodically if you want to. This is interesting, yeah? So you can actually send your whole XML NetConf config from a device every minute if you want to, using telemetry. Okay. Currently, there is no indication about the type of data that can be subscribed to by using on-change subscription. Attempts to subscribe to data can subscribe using on-change result in failure or invalid subscription configured. For more information on change publication, see section on change publication for English. Okay, so this is the reason why they're trying to have this document right now. This, yeah, cool. Okay, when creating on-change subscription, the dampening period must be set to 0. No other value supported. With on-change subscription, the first push update is the entire set of subscribed data. This is not controllable. Subsequent updates are sent when data changes and consists only changed data. However, the minimum data resolution for a change is a row. Addition on change subscriptions are not hierarchical. That is, when subscribing to a container that has child containers, changes in child containers are not seen by the subscription. Okay, so the way I kind of like trying to wrap my head around on change telemetry is you would probably want to have, so instead of like a usual collector, yes, you would probably want to have a piece of code trying to analyze that on change thing. So imagine change happen, right? Like change in CDP neighbors or something else. Instead of like passing it through something like Telegraf, right? And again, like my knowledge of Telegraf is non-existent, but the way I see it is it's kind of like data pipeline, if you will, right? Like you can very easily to convert something to something and send it to an actual database. But what in case of one change, what you would probably want is to actually have some piece of code with the logic and stuff like that to actually analyze that piece. Like you have a change that CDP neighbor has changed, right? So probably then you would want to do something with this based on that particular event. So that's why my kind of like my head is spinning around this in a way that I'm thinking that you would probably want to use dial in NETCONF or maybe something else here. Something dial in this case for on-change models, so that once you receive this data, instead of passing it through something like Telegraf, it will go through your piece of code for some kind of analysis, or maybe you will start requesting more data from the device to then make, you know, some kind of automation, event-driven automation based on that. So actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this could be a piece of our network automation controller, right? So our network automation controller could subscribe to on-change models, and then based on events received, we can do something cool with it. Like rebuild diagram, for example, or maybe something else. Couldn't you have different subscribers for different types of events? I don't know. This is a good question. I am not sure. Probably you can create another subscription. So what if I go here? I mean, if this doesn't work, I'm pretty sure you could just still create a new subscription. Oh yeah, it actually allows you to have multiple receivers here. Okay, cool. Okay, so this was yank push, so kind of like makes sense to me. But this one, yank notif native, this is the first time I'm seeing this. Okay, so yank notif native is any yank notification in the publisher where the underlying source of events for the notifications using Cisco SXC native technology. This stream supports XPath filter, so the previous one I think did not support. The notifications for the stream are sent only when events for the notifications are to occur. Since the stream supports only on-change subscriptions, the damping interval must be set to 0. Okay, so this one I don't quite understand. Like I'm not, and it also says that this is not supported by gRPC. The data set by the use of XPath filter. Wow, this is a really brief section about this, to be honest. Like, I'm still not sure, like, why would I want to use this, for example? There was a table, by the way. And I think it's important table to, like, reference this, yeah. Okay, this is supported with NETCONF dial in and then gRPC dial in. Okay, this is some kind of mystery to me. I would probably need to probably need to consult on this with some SME. Oh, yeah, actually it's the very end of this document. Okay, so the protocol, this is a protocol, okay. And our options are GNMI, gRPC, or NetConf. So, oh, okay. NetConf is available only for transport of dynamic subscriptions and can be used for yank push or yank notif native. 3 updates are used when using this. So you can use yank push if it's periodic. You can use, and we, just by the way, we explored this today already. So I use this, yes, for periodic. I could also use the same thing for on change. So yank push periodic, yank push on change, and then yank notif native on change. Okay, so this uses XML encoding. Yank notif native, the format is also XML. So what is the difference? Unlike formats, subscription ID is not found in the update notification. If this is the only difference, then it's just weird to support both. There's comment in chat, one listening only for CDP stuff which analyzes changes, and one, let's say, for utilization, and one for config changes. Yes, you can totally do that. It's actually how you need to do, because in these different, so you cannot select multiple in the same subscription, as far as I understood. Or maybe I'm actually wrong. Hold on. So what if I say this, and I add this to that? Yeah, so you can see that in this, like, one piece, yes, I can subscribe only to one resource. So you would, and they said that right now up to 100 of this subscription is supported. Okay, so I need to bring this back. Okay, now another thing that should happen, since this is configured, yes, I should see it in the capture. So from, I forgot how the filters are done. Is it IP source? Interesting. I don't see what I expected to see. So I would expect, oh, it's 1 per 60 seconds. Okay. So I would expect to see the device trying to establish TCP session to this thing. Okay. gRPC is available only for transport of configured subscriptions and can be used only with yank push. And we use protobuf with that. Receiver connection retries based on gRPC protocol. Exponential backoff are supported. And there are some example files. I don't know what this is. I mean, it's a protobuf, but I don't quite understand this. So, oh yeah, I remember now. And again, my knowledge of protobuf is limited, but if I remember correctly, with protobuf you take any kind of string and you convert it to a number, to like a byte. So you always send, you never send like a strings, you always send like bytes. And this file will describe like how do we do this encoding from like strings and key value pairs to the actual data in the file. And then on the receiver side, I think you will need to like do reverse. Yeah. Okay, so A-chain telemetry. Okay, telemetry are established over NETCONF, the active switch, active RP. After switchover, you must destroy and re-establish all sessions. Okay, this kind of sucks. Use it is crypto. Must also create all dynamic subscriptions after switchover. GNMI dial-in also works the same way. Dial out though, yeah. So this is very interesting piece, right, from like your network design perspective. So somehow, if you're using dial-in subscription and you have a switchover event, then you somehow need to know about this in your application. You have to tear down your subscriptions and then re-establish them. With dial out, there is no such problem in the first place. You don't need to reconfigure anything. In the event of device reload, subscription configuration must be synchronized to the startup configuration of the device. This ensures that after the device reboots, subscription configuration remain intact. Okay. The following section has some samples. Okay, so we did this configuration. What is this? This is on change. We did this as well. Okay, what is this? Device responded subscription ID, default sample, RPC for dynamic. Okay, so this is when you establishing my NETCONF. You're receiving subscription push updates for NETCONF dial in. Okay, this is what we did as well, right? So we did, we subscribed and then we received the data in this format. We received this data store context XML push update notification. And okay. Can retrieve the list of current subscriptions. Okay, this is just configuration piece. I don't care about this. We use this. We use this. Func sample RPC show how to retrieve details using RESTconf. Again, this configuration piece is not interesting. Okay, so very also good table to see support matrix. Yes, so dial in is since 1610 on CSRs and 16.6 for switches. Then GNMI dial in is, oh wow, it's 1612 and 71 on some other platforms. And then gRPC dial out is 1610 and 1610. So pretty much you need to have at least 1610 or something. Cool. I think folks, we are good here. Like we went through all of this document. GNMI is still kind of like magic to me. Probably we'll explore it some other time. So we have this configuration in place. Now we have to, okay, and this bothers me a lot. Oh, god damn it! I see what I did incorrectly. My VRF is not called management VRF, so it's kind of broken. So if I say management here, yep, and then I reconfigure this device. Okay, so we now see TCP SYN sent from the device towards this collector, right? So now on my Ubuntu server here, we have to bring up Telegraf. So Telegraf. Okay, Telegraf agent for collecting, processing, aggregating, and writing metrics. And we need to have a plugin. Yeah, we need to have this one, Cisco MDT. How do you install plugin now? Oh, it feels like a default plugin, yeah. There is also GNMI plugin. Interesting. And it uses TLS. I hate certificates. I really don't want to touch them right now. Okay. So I would want to bring up Telegraf using, just give me a Docker container. Please, can I have Docker container? Okay, there is Docker Compose, Zookeeper, IRSpy, Kafka, Elk, MySQL, PG Bouncer. Why so many things? Crate. No, I don't think this is what we need here. Okay, we'll also need database, right? So we can have InfluxDB or something. What are the choices, by the way? So time series databases. So there is Open TSDB, yes? There is Influx. There is, what else? Timescale DB. I only heard about this and Influx. Let's do Reddit. Someone somewhere I can't remember. Was it like Victoria? I don't remember what is Victoria. Victoria metrics. V metrics. Okay, I don't have experience to like even assess this, so we'll just use Influx. How to set up Influx, Telegraf, and Grafana in Docker. We also need Grafana, so yeah. Does someone have a Docker Compose file for all of this? This would be pretty nice. So I think the good place to start would be to create a new project via VS Code. So if I connect, okay, and then I need to open a folder, let's say projects. Yep. And let's create a project. Yeah? So projects, and then we'll say telemetry. Or let's do model-driven telemetry. Okay. Cool. So, and then okay. And then we'll have a terminal here. Cool. So yeah, and I think I need a Docker Compose file. It would be pretty nice to have one. Pretty nice. You know what? Let me see this learning lab. Maybe they have. I'm so lazy to create it from scratch. I just can't be bothered. Okay. We'll quickly go through the lab. Okay, Telegraf InfluxDB Grafana. Okay, so this is what we did, yes. Yep, okay. And then they say click into the device, check it. Well, they have connected tick MDT Docker container. Okay. Okay, so in this lab, so I could log in there and just copy some of these pieces. Oh, this container has all three at the same time. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me see. How can I approach this easily? I mean, I don't want to put everything in a single container. So I will need some Docker Compose file. Ideally, I want to copy paste Docker Compose from somewhere because I am lazy. But I don't see like one that I could just easily reuse, which is a shame. Okay, Telegraf InfluxDB Grafana Docker Compose. Huh? Okay, someone did this. when you just don't care. Okay, so Docker Compose YAML. Okay. So I would do the following. I would create, well, I can do it from here. So I would create 3 folders. I would say InfluxDB. I would create folder Telegraf, and I will create folder Grafana. And depending of like what we exactly going to do. Okay, so Telegraf conf. We will put it in Telegraf. We will say Telegraf, and then we'll say here Alpine latest. And then here we'll also say Alpine latest, and then Alpine latest. Okay, so I will say /Telegraf conf, and then it's going to be etc Telegraf conf ro. Links. What does links do? Wait, I don't remember what links does. Compose file reference. Let's also put version here. Actually, I need to be careful. What engine do you have? Docker engine release. Docker version. Okay. Do I even have Docker Compose here? This is a $1 million question. I think I have it. Ouch. Okay, so I need to install Docker Compose. Okay. Okay, cool. I don't need this anymore. Now there was links, and I'm not sure what this does. Links. Legacy feature. Links container to not service. Yeah, I don't need this. I don't need this either. I will comment this out. There is end file, which we don't have. Don't have this. Reports. Okay, so with Telegraf, we will need to definitely expose the port that we configured, yes? So this was what? Show run section ITF. This was this port. So we will definitely need to expose this port. And I think I can just say okay. So, and then we have this, and then we have this, we need to have this config file, yeah. So let's create this Telegraf conf, and then we will copy paste it from the learning lab, because again, I am lazy. Oh, okay. Thank you for the plain text. Thank you. Okay, so I want to take this and put it here in the host name. I think it's just Ubuntu server. gRPC dial out, Cisco Telemetry MDT transport gRPC, and then we do this on this port here. Cool, and then we connect to InfluxDB, and then we have a log file. We're saving this to log file. I would probably want to write directly to the whatever. Let's just leave it like this. Just to double check, I want to go to the no here, and we want here to go to no. Okay, I think it was here. Cisco Telemetry MDT. Okay, so we need input Cisco Telemetry and MDT transport gRPC service address, And then there is some TLS stuff which we are not using. And then we don't care about this. Then there are aliases. You'll not be using aliases right now. Why do you show spaces and line breaks in VS Code? Just curious, because for me it looks a bit cluttered, but you probably have a good reason for it. Yes. Especially since I'm programming in Python, where white spaces matter. The amount of times I add some weird tabs, like \t's, and some weird amount of spaces tends to infinity. So by having these spaces, I feel much more confident. So it's just, one time you hit some kind of issue, especially in a big file, and you can't quickly scan it with your eyes and see the problem, and then you finally find it after 10 minutes, and then you're trying to find a solution for it. So I found a solution by using these white spaces delimiters, and now I don't have that problem at all. So, and now it's kind of like I'm just used to seeing these dots everywhere here. To be honest, I am thinking that something doesn't feel right here. Telegraf logs. Okay, this is too hard for me. I was thinking, well, what if I say receiver? Okay, so I am stuck in connecting. Is there detail? No, there isn't. Is there like this? Yeah, but okay. So in this output, if I bring up Telegraf, I should see connected, yes? And here, I should be able to receive, well, I should have TCP handshake. Cool. Okay, so here, I will say .influxdb/data varlib influxdb. Okay, so we will need to mkdir influxdb data. Cool. So okay, now I'm not sure about triple ports for influxdb, so let me go to their influxdb docker. They should have some kind of documentation on what ports I need to expose. Do they even have Alpine latest? They actually don't have Alpine latest. This sucks. So let's say, wait, here. Latest. Is there Alpine? What is meta? What is meta? Meta. Okay, this image is based on Alpine. This image requires a valid license key from Influx data. This image requires a valid license key. Okay, so they have some kind of enterprise paid version. Okay, cool. Okay, so I need then latest Alpine version. So 1.7 Alpine. Okay, then they said something about ports. So you need 8086 HTTP API administrator. Okay, so this is admin port. Graphite support if it's enabled. Okay, so I don't need this, I think. So I guess then Telegraf connects to 8086, I would guess. Yeah, okay, so it connects to the API. This is incorrect though, so here we will have to say InfluxDB 8086. I think. I'm not sure. I could be wrong here. I may need localhost. Okay, I don't know what graphite is, so I don't care. I'm not sure this matters. Actually, I don't know how it's done. So, interesting. For example, if you have a single port, yes? If you have a single port and you say InfluxDB, if you refer to InfluxDB from like another container, then it usually contains to that container and specific port. But how the port is selected then if you have multiple ones? That one I don't know. Okay, we'll try. I may need to do localhost there. Okay, so I have this Telegraf config. Okay, so let's just go through this again. I'm not sure about this, I don't care. We need this on this specific port. We will receive this data on this port and we will output it to using Cisco MDT database on InfluxDB port 8086. So then here in Compose we have 8086 port exposed. We will be using this image. Okay, I will have to check now all of these images. So Docker Telegraf. I need to check the tags. So they have, well, they just have Alpine, so I can just use Alpine. Okay, so like this, cool. And then the last piece is Grafana. Grafana. Docker Grafana. I still think I'm missing something. So like Grafana should be able to connect to Influx, right? Why this theme is dark? My eyes. Oh no. Honestly, it's really hard to look at the screen for me right now. With this dark theme. Jesus Christ. No Alpine tags. Thank you. I appreciate you without Alpine tags. God damn it. Hello? Everyone, and literally everyone puts... Oh, okay. I take it back. They have it default. I like to complain. So what's the latest version? This bothers me. Okay. I can just say 650 then. Okay. Okay, port 3000. And this is going to be admin. And then, yeah, they don't have a lot here. Okay. Run Grafana, run this, master branch, install plugins in Docker container. You can install official and community plugins listed on the Grafana plugins page or from custom URL with -e. I don't know if I need this. Do I need this question mark? I'm not sure I need this. Okay. How about we take this Grafana stock. Okay, this guy has some, like, I just don't understand what do I need and what I don't need. Maybe in the lab they also have some plugins installed. Like right now I just don't have enough knowledge to assess like what do I need from plugins perspective. Okay, influx, show databases. Okay, I will be using some of those examples right now. Oh wait, this is all? I should have probably used another tab here. Yeah, I don't see the config here. From another perspective, maybe I could just I have one big issue. This mechanism. I have one big issue with how like I approach a lot of projects. Sometimes I'm too scared to run something, but honestly, what's the worst thing that can happen even if there are some problems here? There is one piece that is definitely missing, which is connection between Telegraf and Grafana. Yeah, like, or you do it, wait, do you do it directly in the Grafana? Like you actually log into Grafana and you select the source of your data? Yeah, I think this is how you do it. Okay, then we should be fine. So I will still need data folder. Still need the data folder. So there is question in the chat in Russian. If I studied English for a long time, I would say yes. I mean, from school, and then I have been using English since my first year in university. Okay. Yeah, God damn it. I feel like I'm still missing something. Okay, so what do they do here? They log in, yes, and then, and then they say, here is the source, you can configure it manually. Right, it all makes sense now. So yeah, you actually do it directly from the Grafana. So here we'll have to say .grafana data varlib Grafana. I have version selected here. I have ports. I don't use any vars. I think this is looking good. So let me go ahead and try this. I think I'm ready. So I can say docker compose. I can just say up. Why it's a problem? Because I need services, yes. Yeah. So I need to do this, and then like this, and then this should be fine. Okay, so we are pulling influx. And then Grafana. Where's Telegraf? Oh, okay, we have Telegraf, okay. Grafana. And then notepads found. Did you provide a valid config file? Can't create a directory varlib Grafana plugins. Grafana. Varlib Grafana is not writable. Wow. You may have issues with file permissions. Okay. Let me bring this up. I think I can kill all of this. Okay. Let's copy. And I think I didn't save this. Varlib Grafana is not writable. Okay. Okay, influx worked out fine here. InfluxDB data. So this worked. Now something wrong with this varlib. Well, actually, all examples that they have, they don't mount volumes at all, like, which is kind of weird to me a little bit. Okay, in Grafana 5.1, we changed the idea of Grafana user. Unfortunately, this means the files created prior to 5.1 won't have correct permissions for later versions. We made this change so that it would be more likely the Grafana user's ID would be unique to Grafana. For example, on Ubuntu, 104 is already used by syslog users. There are two possible solutions to this problem. Either you start a new container as a root user and change ownership from 104 to 472. Or start upgrading users as 104. Okay, I can do that. And yeah, I'm very curious that they just don't have volumes here. Okay, and then they say user. Okay, now another piece that I don't like. Since I will be publishing this at some point, right? Like stuff for this, I would want to download. I would want to pin the Telegraf. So 1.13. So I would want to hard pin this. So if someone downloads my files, right, they will not have issues. They can actually run it. So yeah, let's hard pin this to major version. Okay, now there was some other issue in the logs. Okay, so there was this. We solved this by not mounting this. I think there was something using config file. No outputs found. Did you provide a valid config file? Okay, I have outputs here. I think it was I forgot to save the config file. So if I do docker compose up again, okay, Telegraf crashed because there was no such file or directory. Okay, I can kill this section. I don't care about it. Well, let's rerun this. Okay, this looks much better. No, it doesn't. Not found. Database not found. Okay, I see something created in the influx. So I see the Cisco MDT is created in influx. I think the next piece that we want to do, I would want to create a new shell. Ideally, I would want to split it. Oh, ouch. I would want to well, I think it's fine-ish. So if I say docker ps, I need to have 3 containers. You know what? Let me actually, I don't like it. I will just use a separate window here. I can even send to a new window. Yeah. So if I say docker ps, I have 3 containers. I have Grafana, Telegraf, Influx. Here, we can see that the data is sent to the influx. Yeah, we can see post write to the DB Cisco MDT. So if I refer to this lab, yeah, they had like a way to do select statements in the database. So this is what I want to do. Okay, some log files, whatever. So I can connect to the influx and then like use CLI there. So if I say docker exec, do I need IT? I think I need IT for interactive. And I say influx, and I say bin shell. I can just say shell. Okay, I'm now in the shell. So now I can say influx, and I can show databases, and I can say use Cisco MDT, and I can say show measurements. Okay, so there is this and there is this, yes. Yeah, I will, there's comment in the chat, connect to admin and influx and create database. So it auto creates it if, it seems like it auto creates this. Open browser localhost port 3K. Yes, I will do that, but I want to do it like step by step. I want to verify that I have my data in the influx. I can make sense out of it, and then I can create some kind of dashboard in the Grafana. So let's just do it step by step. So I have this show measurements, and then will it even give me, can I select star? Will it allow me to do select star? Excuse me? Oh, I need, okay. Okay, one issue with the CDP though is that it gives you a part of show version in the, and it just looks ugly AF. Like so ugly. I mean, at least I see like some other data here and blah blah blah, but it's still like, why are you doing this to me? Let's look on the another table, yeah. So if I say select star from this, oh yeah, okay. So, and here I can see memory statistics, Cisco XC memory, Opera memory statistics, some weird statistics here. I think, what is equivalent of Cisco command for this? show. I don't think it show proc memory. No, it's, oh, it's actually looks like it is. Okay, so it's show proc memory, yeah. So it gives me this. Okay. Okay, I think we can start creating these dashboards in Grafana. So if I say, wait, I cannot say localhost. Yeah, I need to go to the 192.168.153.100, and let's pray. Okay, we don't have to pray. Very good. Okay, let me select a new password called admin as well. Okay, and then let's refer to this lab again. So they say configuration data sources, and then localhost server. I thought you could change this, but okay, never mind. So configuration data source, yes. So I need to install data source, and I want to say InfluxDB, and I say my URL is HTTP, and this is, well, quite important piece. So instead of selecting IP address, I can say Grafana. Wait, what? No, I can say InfluxDB here. So it gets automatically resolved by IP address, and then this port is going to be what? HTTP API. Yeah. So 8086. Okay. No changes are required. And then I put here database, yes, and HTML get interval save and test. Data source is working, yay. Okay, so we go back. Okay. So what, okay, I need now to create a new dashboard. My problem here is I don't know how to create a query here. Okay, from, oh, it's almost interactive. Okay, I can work with this. I can work with this. You should select the unit in Grafana which reflects the resolution of the data returned, not what you want to visualize. Grafana will automatically adjust to terabytes, for example. So you shouldn't need to multiply by whatever. Okay, guys, I feel like an idiot. I don't understand how to work with Grafana. Oh, maybe here. Line, bars, unit, yeah. This. Left, Y. Short. Do we return? Okay, 3, 3, 3. Okay, so kilobytes, no, it can't be this. Okay, so we have kilobytes, megabytes. Oh, well, yeah, it makes sense. So 2.1 gigabyte, yes. So this looks like it's in bytes. So if I say unit data bytes, interesting. And I am showing memory upper statistic bytes. Okay. Easy. And then we'll say last 30 minutes. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then we'll say this. How do I rename this? Okay, here. We'll say something memory used. Okay. Something memory used. Faria Alex, thank you for following. Hey man, got a god now, but I'll catch the rest on YouTube. Thank you for the stream and see you soon. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Okay, this looks very good, I think. Okay, so I'm thinking if we can do anything about CDP data, like, does it even make, like, how do you even visualize CDP data, right, in the graph? Probably you can. I just don't know on top of my head, like, how I would do it. So let's think of, like, what other statistics we can pull from the devices, which would make sense to visualize, of course. Okay, pulling something like this would make some sense. So show platform resources, and then RP, and then ESP. I'm actually curious about other thing. So we had this CDPS. So if I say let's do count. Yes, let's do count. There are these key value pairs, but select star except. Is there a syntax like this? Nah. It just, this show version, it just breaks this output. I mean, well, it does. It just does. I want everything except of this stupid show version here. I'm thinking how I can work with this, because like I can't even read this. It's just so cluttered. Okay, let's copy this and let's try to like build a query. So we will say device ID, device name, time, IP address, I don't care about that, local interface, yes, management address, native VLAN path, platform name, port ID, so port ID, power request, power request, source, spare, whatever it is, subscription, table ID, version. Okay, so that field was version. So now if I do it like this, maybe it will be better. Okay, this looks much better. So this is from perspective of router 1. I'm curious, how do we mark them? How do we mark our local? Yeah, like I would want to mark this as local. Shit. I may need to explore the do TCOM utilization. That's a good one. Yeah, I could do that. Before that, let me try to, I will do that or something similar from that show platform resources. But first I really want to figure out like how do I do CDP. I mean, this is an issue for every device, right? Like, I need to, how do I send a label for every device in streaming telemetry, right? Like, I would always want to say, who am I when I'm sending this data? Is it like source field? Okay, I can do source. Yeah, okay. So then this makes sense. So with source, yes, I can and let's say I have an inventory somewhere, right? I can always map the source to a specific device. Annotations allow you to overlay rich event information top of graphs. Add annotation queries using annotations view in the dashboard menu. Example query. Order by. For InfluxDB, you need to enter a query like that one in the example above. Okay, I don't think like I have enough knowledge about Grafana and Influx to do this right now. However, another thing that I want to test is that onChange actually works, right? So right now I have these entries. The way I can check this and we will have to wrap up very soon though. If I shut down the interface, yes, so if I shut down gigabit 2, this should trigger the onChange thing. So because I have that in configuration. Okay, I see post. So now I should see this entry, which I don't see. Why I don't see it? I mean, I don't see one neighbor now. So I would expect to see this. Well. I would expect to see one device. Why don't we do the following? I will Um, okay, so now I see a device here on I'm really curious why this is not updated. Oh, okay, now it's there. Okay, so when the entries are deleted, this doesn't trigger on. I think it triggered on change. I think it did. But it's just influx. I don't know. I need to see. I need to see the format of the data. How Tihigo? How are you doing? We are actually making a lot of progress. We are almost done. I'm very satisfied with the results. I thought it was going to be much more difficult to set up gRPC telemetry, but apparently it's quite easy to do. Okay, I am really curious. Like this on change. I need to see logs. It's going to be really hard to see based on these logs to track this down. Okay, so CDP has changed here, but it seems like this on change is triggered only. Attention policy check. This thing is triggered only when you get a new device, because this 20, 50, 45. This is another subscription, right? So now if I go and I say interface gigabit 2 no shutdown, and then gigabit 4 no shutdown, at some point I should see two neighbors, and those will trigger on change. Okay, change that state to up. Okay, I see now there. Okay, so this one is CDP, but this is like addition of CDP. And for some reason it's triggered only one. Okay, so what if I go to my DB again? And I say, so I need to see two more entries, right? Which I do, right? So now I'm able to see on the gigabit 2 new neighbor and on gigabit 4. Okay, so this is kind of weird, right? So apparently with CDP you do get on change only on new neighbor. Okay, cool. Let's just get some more, another subscription to the device live. We are thinking about show platform resources, and we can just pull any of these details here. I can like CPU. I like how my CPU is at 0.22%. Oh wait, I need to say show platform software control status control processor brief. Yeah. 1 minute is 1.2, RP0, CPU utilization, two vCPUs. Everything looks good here. Yeah, I think we could add this. I just have to find the proper tree for this. So ideally I would want to pull CPU for every core, right? I want to pull CPU 0 utilization in probably user space per core. Okay, yeah. So how do we do this? Oh, oops. So I think, give me a second, I will bring up my Postman here. Okay, I am back here. So if I say SXC RESTConf data, I need an IP address here. And is it Cisco? Not found. Okay. Okay. So Cisco platform software control processes, and then I need per core stats. Actually, no. Control processes. How do you select the first one? Processes. Platform through RP. I think it's like this. So you say platform through RP. So through RP 00 -1 memory stats. Yeah. So memory stats, and then I think one load average per core stats. Okay. I am not sure this will work, but let's try to find out. So show run section telemetry CDP ISXC opera XPath. Okay, how do I can check GitHub Yang models. I can say Yang vendor Cisco ISXC 17.1. Let's start with this CDP neighbor, CDP opera, and it's okay. It's prefix, yes. So it's prefix, and then it's container CDP neighbor details. Okay, so for this I need Cisco platform software. So platform, I think it's platform opera, or it's platform software opera. Okay, so this is a model, so this is a path. Yeah, so I need and let's say we will send this on periodic every, so this is every 60 seconds. I would say every 10 seconds. So every 10 seconds, and here I need to put it very carefully. I'm not even sure this will work, but whatever. Yes, and then I provide this whole thing. Potentially. And yeah, I just don't know if this will work. And I say 103, and I configure this. Maybe this will even work. Show ITF telemetry. Oh no, show telemetry. ITF subscription all. Okay. Pass is invalid. Here we go. Invalid pass. Of set 90. Yeah, it seems like set 90. Yeah, it seems like it doesn't allow me to select that piece. So I'm very curious how I would actually pull that data. Let's refer to our lab. Okay. Cisco ISXC CPU opera CPU usage, CPU utilization 5 seconds. Full pass of data being presented. Okay, so this is what we had. Yes. My6C, I6C opera memory statistics memory statistic. What is this models? Memory I6C opera. So this should be memory. Okay, so this is this one. So this memory I6C opera, this comes from this prefix. And then I should have container memory statistics. Yeah. So if I'm doing RESTconf, this should be memory statistics, like this. And this is what I get. And I get just a list of 3 values. And this is exactly the same piece that I get there. And so this also means that I have to fix my Grafana. Select mean used memory from where name is equal to processor. Just let me save this. No data. Okay, so this is only processor memory, and used 3, yeah, so 253 megabytes is used. Okay, I'm very curious about that CPU usage. Like, how do I select? How do I do a selection of these? Like, if I want to do per core statistics every 5 seconds. I mean, I feel like I did correctly, but apparently I didn't. So I will try referring to these. Oops. Back in the docs, in the programmability guide. So okay, XPath filter is okay. I did it incorrectly. I see it now. So IS native interface loopback, and then you do it like this. XPath multiple attributes. And okay, So, Jesus Christ, this is going to be horrible. Let me duplicate this again. If I say, so if I say through is equal to x, and then I should be able to do it. Okay, so loopback name is equal to, in quotes, 1. Yeah, I feel like this may work. Anyway, thank you for interesting stream, but I have to go away. Thank you so much for joining. We will be actually wrapping up in like 5 minutes or so once I get this thing done. But thank you so much anyway. Have an easy working week. Alright, so we will keep trying here. Though I must say I'm quite exhausted. So I think ouch. So this should be like this, and this syntax is horrible. And then slot is equal to this, and bay is equal to this, and if this works, and I didn't come up with a good punchline here, so and then we'll close. Okay, so if I take this, yes, then I go to the device and I say I can configure this. Wow. Is it like multi-line? Why are you complaining? Or is it that long, or? Interesting. Wow, even this doesn't work. Why not though? Oh. This actually works, but it's still not in order to get boss nodes, you need to use union operator. I don't know, it feels like my syntax here is correct. I'm just not sure. Or maybe not. Okay, I have an idea, but I'm also so exhausted, to be honest. I mean, we got this data, it's just in very weird form. Bay, chassis state through this one, healthy. Okay, let's try. Let's do time, bay, no, time, let's do through, slot, bay, chassis. Okay. Then per core stats, and then per core stat, per core stat name. I need per core stat name, and I need per core start user and system. So per core stat name, per core stats user, and then per core stats system from this. Okay. Oh, it's converted to underscores. God damn it. Um, okay, so we need to take this all. Wait, is everything converted to? No, only this. Okay. How about now? Found error parsing query. Found name, expected identifier, string, number. Found name, expected identifier, string, number, bool at line 1, character 54. Per core stat. Oh, it's per core stat. God damn it. Per core stat. Maybe now? This is absolutely killing me. What? What? What the hell? Time, bay, chassis, through. Oh, I think I know what I did. I broke it. I broke it, didn't I? No. I don't know, guys. And you know what? I have no mental power left to figure this out. I mean, I see the data here, but once I start putting selectors, then it's all falls apart. Okay, let me just do really quickly one additional thing. So try to create a new dashboard. Hello. Oh, add panel, add query. Select, we'll say this, yes, from influx, where we'll say bay. Bay chassis through host. It is host. curious how to select, because there are two cores, right? So, but this doesn't allow me to select it this way. Curious to see the row. Crew by bay and chassis. Select mean per core, start user from. Okay, I want to do thing that I'm going to regret before we wrap up. But why not? I want to do debug IP packet. This wasn't so bad. Wait. 0. No, it's percentage of time step spent. I'm not sure if it's 0.33 or not. Yeah, it's 0.33. Okay, so then we're fine. Okay, so if I do let's do ping 111 source loopback 0, and we'll do a repeat and timeout. Oh, okay. How do I create load? I mean, debug IP packet will kill this box, but then whatever. Oh no. Debug IP packet doesn't kill this router? Unbelievable. No, at least I have like here on 7% on one of them. However, my problem though is that I cannot it doesn't seem like it allows me to select this name thing. Maybe it does. I'm really trying to select this and doesn't allow me to. Well, at least I see some jump in CPU usage. I'm thinking if I should make it whatever. Let's just do completely insane piece. I mean, ideally, I would want to create the IPsec or something. Then that definitely would impact this box. It's just 10% here. However, like I still cannot select it the way I want it to. Yeah, I don't know, folks. We see some jump in CPU here to like 5%. Let's do 30 minutes. Okay, so this is after we enabled access list lock. I don't know how to kill my router, my virtual router. One of the issues though is that it uses my very powerful machine, and I'm thinking that like it uses cores that are, you know, to its full extent, so it's like doesn't bound them in any way, doesn't limit them in any way. So yeah, I think if I will keep going, I will actually impact my whole machine. It's not going to be great. So then, and I also don't understand how I can select the name of the core, because that would be pretty useful. It's just, I don't know why. Right, you know what? I think I'm good for today. Let me stop this. Let me stop this. Let me do you all, and let me say what? Disable that access list. Okay, so this should bring our CPU usage back to norm. And let's do a wrap up. So, yeah, okay. Today we started by talking about a lot of topics that we had for a while, mainly because we didn't have stream for 3 weeks. So we were discussing Cisco Live, we were discussing some Python topics, we were discussing DevNet certifications and my current prep, a bunch of things. Then we moved to the streaming telemetry topic, and for that I was using this lab of 3 devices, even though we only really used one. And a lot of this stuff is quite new for me. So we had a stream a year ago where we were exploring NETCONF dial-in telemetry. And by the way, let me kind of like summarize this here, that with telemetry you have two kind of different ways. You have dial-in, where the session is established from your client, let's say, from your receiver. It establishes a session and it says, I want to receive this, this, and this. And dial out is when you have something configured on the device directly and the device is trying to send the data. So it's very similar to like you have logging configuration or NetFlow configuration. You do it on the box and it's saved there on the box. So this is dial out. Now we have different transport protocols. We have NetConf, we have gRPC, and we have GNMI. On previous stream a year ago we discussed NetConf. We tried it. Today we also had a very small example where I was doing that subscription on the CLI with NetConf. Then today majority of our stream we were dedicated to gRPC, and GNMI is still unexplored, and it feels like you have to do a lot of work to get it up and running. Like you need to have certificates and stuff. It's probably a topic for like completely separate stream. I'm not sure like I even want to do it at this point. There are two ways of data you can send by telemetry. You can send periodically, and with periodic data you can send pretty much any tree you want from your all Yang models. You can send config, you can send operational data, and you can send on change. And on change only is like a few models are supported. Currently this list you can find if you go to github.com Yang models. There's the vendor, blah blah blah. There is this folder called on change models, and it's currently manually curated. It's manually filled with models which support on change. Today we were exploring a couple of models. We were exploring memory and CPU statistics, periodic ones, and then we were also exploring CDP operational on change. We were using gRPC dial out configuration. So if I will bring up show run section telemetry, you can see like example configuration. So you need to understand XPath. This is pretty much the only thing you really need to do. You need to like understand how to build this XPath. You configure it and then you specify periodic or on change and the receiver address and port. So as a receiver, we were using Telegraf and Telegraf plugin Cisco Model-Driven Telemetry. So this is a gRPC plugin developed by some Cisco folks and committed to Telegraf core plugins, if you will. So we were using that. We had this Docker file which we created today, where we are using Telegraf. We are using InfluxDB. So Telegraf was like the collector, and it's doing initial processing of the data. So it's processing the incoming key value pairs, converts them to like understandable format, and then writes them to InfluxDB, which is time series database. And then we have Grafana, which is used to visualize the data. Now, all of these pieces for me were quite new. I have never set up all of these things before in my life. So it was quite challenging, especially Grafana piece is quite challenging for me. Like I don't understand how to build all of these beautiful dashboards. So this is so this is kind of like the flow. So we configure gRPC on the box. The session is established from the box to the collector, which is in this case is Telegraf. The data is sent there. Telegraf receives this data, processes it, converts it to kind of like common format, and then sends it to Influx, to write it to Influx. And then in Grafana we can connect to the Influx and do visualization dashboards. We've built two dashboards. We built one for CPU stats, and then by the way, you can see that CPU statistics kind of went down. So we were using the memory used. We had the memory used dashboard and then CPU stats. So we built like some queries and got it done somehow. Even though I don't really understand all of those pieces. I don't understand full extent of capabilities of Grafana at this point. Now with CDP operational on change, that was kind of, I would say, weird. It's not exactly what I expected. So if we look on the database, oh Jesus Christ, that's all the stuff. I will just not redo it right now. So it seems like you get the on change data only when you receive when you see a new device by CDP, but not when the device is gone from CDP. This is kind of weird to me, I guess. I would probably need to test it with NETCONF additionally to understand how it works, but this is not what I expected. I would expect that on change would also notify me when device from CDP tables is gone, but it seems like the notification only goes when the new one is up. Now another thing is that I am not really sure how you can use this on change data together with like Influx and Grafana. My understanding and like how I think about it is that you want to have that actually done using like NetConf dial in or something. So you, instead of Telegraf receiving the data, your code will receive this data, and then it will kind of like make some kind of decision based on received data. So like, for example, you get a new CDP neighbor, it goes not to Telegraf but your code, right, which runs in C client or something, and then it looks through this data and said, okay, what I should do is this. For example, I could rebuild the live network diagram because I know that CDP neighbors has changed. You see where I'm going? So this is at least my feeling, that with on change you would want to do dial in for that with your code, and then your code will process that change and do some kind of action based on it. So this is at least how I think about it. So I think this is all for today. I'm not planning any other streaming telemetry streams anytime soon, even though we didn't cover GNMI today, but I think that's fine anyway. So with that, thank you so much for coming, and I will see you next time. Goodbye now.